Mm. That blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Alright. Oh no, I don't have water! Fuck, I'm an idiot. Lol, I don't hate the work, I just hate my colleagues. It's a frequent thing. I don't know, that sounds like a I don't like my work kind of talk right there. And you're trying, like, okay, hang on, let me get my water. I have several things. I have several things that I would like to talk about, okay? I thought if you skipped the work day, you would work longer for 2 hours next 4-day work week. No, hang on. Hmm. Alright. Water is there. The lights are on. The camera is running. And I'm... Actually, hang on a sec. I need to... Let me change the music really quickly. I need to look for some So... Lo-fi Halloween. Awesome. Someone has made a lo-fi Halloween album. Ooh, Halloween is a week away. Well, technically, it's a little more than a week away, but ooh, 10 days to Halloween. I am going to be showing off to you my costume, a very spooky costume. A costume. If you are any of you familiar with Unnamed Yeen, you will recognize this costume. This is what I want. This is what I've been working on, and like it took a little bit of time just because like I don't have like, you know, the legit software and such. It would be nice to have Substance Painter, so then that way I'm able to like, you know, use that and potentially even like do stuff on stream. But check this out, because they pay for. Ooh, I'm a hyena. I have beans. Hello? My name is the Unnamed Yin. I'm from Texas. I want leggies. Unnamed Yin? You mean, oh hey, BB girl Yin? All titty is good titty. Yes, hi there, Marzakov. Welcome. This is my Halloween costume for like I'm gonna wear this next week. I wanted to show this off to you. Um, I wanted to show this off to you before next week and such like that, so I can get like so I can like, you know, sort of fish for some opinions about this thing. Like, I don't know if Unname's in the chat right now. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna do what you know what Unname does during their streams? They go into their chat list and they like look at the lurkers and they're like, oh hello there. Like, hang on. Yeehaw, hello there, lurkers. He's just like, he goes in there and it's just like, oh, hello there, Benru, Jack the Crow, New YY, and Stream Elements. Welcome, welcome. Fish. That's it. Clearly, Zeebs has been munching on Yeen. Yeah, but yeah. So this is outfit for the Unnamed Gene. Look, I drew on the beans. I've got the patchwork here and there, and I've even gotten the thingy. I've got like the love heart thingamadiggy on their boob. I did that as well. Like I am oh so ready for Halloween next week, dressing up as the Unnamed Yeen. Hi there, Crashpone. Welcome to the stream. I'm just showing off the costume, what have you. I'm probably gonna need to work on a background, like something spooky. Ooh, spooky background. I'm gonna need to do something spooky. Maybe that's something I'm gonna need to do on Monday next week or something like that. Is, you know, after work and what have you, I should be like, I should open up Blender and I should do edits to this scene. Like I should try and either do like I should either do some modeling, but at least some lighting. I feel like the key I feel like the key to this thing is to do like lighting change, because right now it's like a really bright sort of environment, but I need to do something. Maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe that should be a Sunday stream thing. Wouldn't that be something if I do it on like a Sunday morning or Sunday evening as like just an impromptu stream of just like, oh, hello there, I'm gonna be doing some Blender shit. 21% for himbo, night wears, but oh, hey, you got a green sea turtle, Sir Dragon. Nice work. But yeah, all right. So that is the Yeen model, and you still have a zebra tail. Yes, I do. I still have a zebra tail. There we go. So yeah, I have their model as well. They've been threatening me with a good time all this time, and they've not done anything about it. I feel so blasé to it. No left Yeen zebra. Yeah, no Yeen zebra. So all right, so I'm going to need to, can I save this album? Save album to library. There we go. All right. Back to the Twitch stream playlist. Poggies. Genuinely like the work I do. Give me instructions and SOPs, and I'll just do the work to the best of my abilities. Colleagues never follow the instructions and or SOPs, or they make a ton of changes without telling me, which is my ultimate problem in general. Okay, Jack. All right, here's the thing. You ready? So, all right. So to clue some people in, and Jack had a moment of like, oh, hey, would I hate you for skipping work? Look, as I always say, real life takes priority, okay? So if someone's being like, I have been awake for 12 hours just to see you start up and such like that, I don't appreciate that. I don't want people ruining their lives trying to like, because that's a parasocial thing that I do not condone, okay? Now, with Jack's thing of being like, hey, I'm like, would you be mad for skipping work? They're not skipping work because of me. But I'm gonna be real with you. Most of the times that I'm hearing Jack, like Jack's in the streams and such like that, and Jack mentions sometimes that, you know, they're watching this while they're at work and what have you, which, you know, fair enough. I kind of do the same thing, especially if it's like, you know, a quiet day at work. It's not been a quiet day at my work for a little while because, you know, it gets busier during spring. Thank you. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jack. Like, your work is going to involve people all the time. Like, if like the thing of like, you know, you enjoy your work, give you the instructions, and I don't know what the SOPs are, because like that's just sounds like son of a penis or something like that in my brain. Cookie for Crashpone. Here's your cookie. Thank you for the follow, by the by, Crashpone. I saw that you followed me like an hour ago, and I really appreciate it. Australia named most AI addicted country. I need to research that. Like, that image, like, it feels like bait, quite honestly. But yeah, with Jack, it's like, or they make a ton of changes. So yeah, so the thing is that I'm seeing, Jack, also, why am I standard operating procedures? Oh, yeah, kind of like SOE, standard operating environment. Hang on a sec, let me just, dink, there we go. That way I'm like, all right, so, it must be really fast. What must be really fast? The cookie? Yeah, like, it's like a blink and you miss it kind of thing. Like, you need to get it quick. Because you know why? There's one of my, like, earliest followers, Meeps, demands a cookie. Meeps is a kitsune. They're either a kitsune or a fox. And they are they're really ravenous for cookies. They're just sort of like, nom, 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 and then before you know it, it's gone. Like, look at that, no more cookie. Any whoosies. But yeah, Jack, like, I get it. Like, the tasks, like, here's the thing, is like the tasks, if they're done in the best case scenario, it's like, yeah, no, you don't have to worry about a thing. Isn't a kitsune a fancy fox? I am going to pin that message, so then that way, if Meeps does see this, they can correct you on that one, because a kitsune is like a crazy kind of fox, not a fancy fox. Cookie Monster possession. Well, yeah, so they get into fist fights with the Cookie Monster. But yeah, like, Jack, here's the thing. Your job isn't just the, it's me from the Muscle Fur VC. Oh.
Did you see it?
That's why. Okay. Sorry, I didn't clue in because I'm gonna be real. I jumped between all the different like Discord VCs, seeing what everyone was doing and such. I have a very terrible memory. Like the only thing I remember from that VC is the Have you played a Hearts yet? Oh my God, Kusaki. Oh. Now, okay. So yeah, Jack, your job, you're gonna need to deal with people more often, and if you can't deal with the people, you're gonna need to probably look at a different job, even because like I'm gonna have to hand it to you. You're like a career or a job, you're gonna need to deal with people. You're not gonna be able to just be like, oh no, the job is fine if I ignore the people. Unfortunately, in a job, you have to deal with people. Any whoosies. Back to one of the first things I wanted to talk about. Kusaki over there has like to ask me if you played a Hearts like. They have told me that some people have started calling games Hearts like. So apparently, rather than calling a video game like a JRPG or an RPG or, you know, an action-based RPG, apparently people have just started calling games to be, oh, it's it's a Hearts-like, it's a Souls-like, and I fucking hate that. Cause here's my biggest issue with you know, when you call something a Souls-like or a Hearts-like. When you decide to do that, you're not just, you know, throwing on to the... It's not a Metroidvania where that's a fucking amalgamation of games where only the mechanics remain. So, for instance, with the Metroidvania, fun fact, sure, Metroid is the one that does all the, that, like, has had the same sort of mechanics from, you know, start of the franchise to end of the franchise, where it's like, oh, you can't progress through things unless you pick up a weapon, and the weapon gives you new access. So, you know, Hollow Knight, for instance, apparently has that same sort of mechanic. So while Metroid has done that all the time, Castlevania has not done that all the time. They have only done the Metroid nonsense since Castlevania Symphony of the Night. But because Castlevania Symphony of the Night was released on the PlayStation 1 and was like a fucking huge cultural hit because it didn't just stay in Japan, everyone's like, oh, this is a Castlevania, and I love my Metroid. Metroidvania, I love it. Like because it's an amalgamation, you get only the mechanics. The tone, the themes do not stick with a Metroidvania. Like, fucking, what's-a-mahoozy? Spelunky, like some people might argue, is a roguelike, Metroidvania. The phrase roguelike, while it does comes from a video game called Rogue, it comes from a video game that does not have tone or themes to it, because this was back during the MS-DOS era, where there wasn't really that much to show, when all you had were a couple of fucking ASCII keys to decide, hey, there's a room. There's a room with three... It was basically D&D map generator. It'd be like... So, like, it would be like trying to do that, which, you know, is an RPG. When it comes to Souls-likes, however, Souls-likes, I feel like, is the same as the Doom clone. We got a video game that was released where there's a theme, there's a tone, and then there's mechanics. And for a while, you know, believe it or not, Doom clone was a phrase that was used for a while. Like, Star Wars Dark Forces was a Doom clone. Marathon was a Doom clone. Duke Nukem was a Doom clone. But you know what happened? We stopped calling it a Doom clone, and we started looking at the, you know, the mechanics that actually made it, you know, what was a common thread between all these Doom clones, and we realized that a better phrase would have been a first-person shooter, which then opens the floodgates, because now you only have to care about the mechanics, not the themes and the tone. The games I play are either older or far from removed souls or hearts, and it feels detracted from the titles on mechanics and autonomy. That kind of makes sense. Thank you for the headbats there, I'm Crashpound. But yeah, so when you talk about a game being a Souls-like, you're not just grabbing the mechanics. Like, you are inadvertently picking up on the tone and the themes that a Souls-like genre will do. Like, for instance, The Surge is a Souls-like. Like, it's labeled that on Steam and what have you. Mechanically, it's stamina-based combat with an RPG system. There's a little bit of a flavor to the mechanics, which is a case of, oh, your armor is based off of like salvaging from other characters because you have a limb, you have like a system of being able to target like specific parts of a body. So if you target an armored part and able to like slice it off, you get to pick up the armored part as like a drop, as opposed to like if you only like hit them in the body or the head and shit like that. But because they labeled it as a Souls-like, it keeps the theme of like this post-apocalypse, this is my annoyance with the Souls-like. Way too many of them. Like, way too many of them. Like, look at some of the Souls-like games that are labeled Souls-like and tell me if you can see this. There was a great tragedy, or there was a great thing that happened in the past. You weren't explicitly involved with it because how could you be involved with it? You were not relevant to the story. And now you end up during the fallout of that story. But lo and behold, you don't get to know about that because anyone that could tell you about the great thing that happened in the past is either dead or crazy. All you can do is now try and end this, like, you know, crazy party that went off. That's what it is. That's the story that a lot of Souls like can kind of get, you know, sort of shoehorned into because you call it a Souls like, because you don't decide to like only be on the you don't make it as just the mechanics, which is, oh, it's an action RPG using stamina based combat. Because guess what? Monster Hunter is a Souls-like, mechanically speaking. But you don't see anyone wanting to label Monster Hunter as a Souls-like because they're like, oh no, it's not a Souls-like because you don't have like a death and resurrection thing. There's no bonfires, but it's like, it's got rolling. It's got stamina-based combat. You've got status effects like you do in Dark Souls. You got boss rushes, which is like the whole thing about Monster Hunter. You have all these little monsters that don't matter, but then you go for the big bosses. And you know what you gotta do to progress? You gotta defeat the big bosses. Are the big bosses hard? Yes, they actually are. There is a very popular clip out there of a Dark Souls enthusiast who has gone through, like, you know, some of the crazier challenges of Dark Souls, and he, like, dies 3 times to, like, a boss that's in Monster Hunter Worlds. Not Iceborne, but, like, Worlds. I'm kind of open world kind of guy. Why am I talking in past tense as if he's not here? Yeah, I'm right fucking here! You may not be in my chats very often, Marzikov, but I do appreciate whenever you're here, but I'm right here right now! This isn't a VOD! Unless you're watching this through a VOD, and in which case, hi there! So yeah, but Souls-like genre, it just needs to be action-based stamina. If you can do that, you know, I feel like we no longer have to stick to the theme of, oh, here you are cleaning up after a really great party, and the only way you can learn what happened at the party is by reading the fucking discarded beer bottles because someone decided to, like, scribble a fucking love letter on the side of it, or, you know, do so in the bathroom, and then you're just having to deal with that, you know, couple of, you know, hungover people that cannot, you know, tell right from wrong and are, like, throwing, like, you know, haymaker nonsense, or that random person that's just, you know, chugging down Jaeger bombs till the middle of the day, and you have to deal with someone that's coked out of their mind. Like, stop giving me those. Give me something like Black Myth Wukong, where it's like, you know, you're still doing story, like, after a great after party, because it's apparently going off during the end of Journey to the West and such, because your Destined one comes in, like, well after Wukong himself, his son Wukong has, like, you know, deceased and what have you. But you know what? That would be a lot better than just going through a like, Black Myth Wukong is a little bit better. It's got a fucking story to it. It's got progression. It's almost like Jedi Survivor, where it gives you story. It gives you a theme that isn't just like, oh, the world has gone to shit because of the powers that be in the past. And we have a choice of either ending the cycle or continuing the cycle. Did I see you blue, or was I imagining it? I might be turning blue because of this annoyance that I have. I might be turning blue because of the nonsense I have to deal with the Souls-like. But yeah, to hear that someone's gonna be like, oh, hey, let's call it a Hearts-like. I don't need something to be a Hearts-like. I don't need... Like, you know what it is? It's a JRPG or an action RPG. I don't need to hear, like, you know, convoluted story where someone's gonna be like, oh, you should play Dragon Age. It's a hearts-like because there's multiple games across multiple platforms. Wouldn't it be fun? Like, no, just call it an RPG, please. Who do you think is going to be Game of the Year? I don't fucking know. I haven't seen the nominees. And, like, sure, I play a lot of video games, but I've been playing a lot of old video games. I've been playing a lot of old video games, Crashpone. I like, the only new games that I've, like, actually, let me, like, look through, like, my Steam like, my stream categories. Hang on a second. There's, like, a way of, like, going through, let me just open up Opera GX, because Opera GX is, like, the best way of, like, you know, doing all the browser such. So if I do, Twitch Tracker, I think that's the software. There we go. Excuse me, throat. Oh, look. Who the GrantZeebs. Why is GrantZeebs? Oh, cool. The followers per hour has been going down. No idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Alrighty, so between so for the year of 2024, here you go. The games that I've been playing throughout 2024 has been the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, Baldur's Gate 3, which is technically last year's game, Black Myth Wukong, which is this year's game, Yakuza Kiwami 2, it's a remake of a game made back on the PlayStation 1, Yakuza 3 remake of a game back on the PlayStation 1, Yakuza Kiwami, PlayStation 1, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, everyone is shitting on that one, Space Marine 2, that one I got because the unnamed Yeen told me to get it, Yakuza 0, you know, remake, Monster Hunter World, that's ages old, 40k Space Marine, that's so then that way I could understand what was going to go on in Space Marine 2, Jackbox Party Pack, Helldivers 2, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Golf with Friends, Battlefront 2, God of War Ragnarok was years ago. The number of new games that I've played in recent memory is few and far between, as you can see from this list. Like, the games that have been released in 2024, I have not played a lot of. Because, fact of the matter is that, you know, I'm not a rich Asmongold, Amaranth, or Whiskey Dingo person. I'm not, like, paid, you know, a shit ton of money to play video games and such. Do you think there's people out there that are paying for my opinion? Me, GrantZeebs, Himbo Zebra? Like, you know, I play the games that I want to play. And sure, there are a few games that look interesting for this year, but, you know, one, they're not all of them have come out. And we're about to get into a, like, I don't know how many people are aware of this, but we get a lot of game releases during October, November. The reason why we get a huge number of game releases during October and November is because we're transitioning out of summer, which, like, for the United States, I should say, United States and Europe, they're transitioning out of summer, which means that you're not likely going to be going through sports. You're going to be, you know, probably moving towards indoors. Meanwhile, once you then go into, you know, the fall/winter, you're going to have to start thinking about Christmas. And if there are video games that are being released in November and October, guess what? If you've got a child or you're looking to treat yourself to a video game, you know what you're probably going to do? You're going to probably play the game that's been marketed to you a shit ton back in October, November, because that's going to be in your recent, like, gray matter as, like, a, hey, this seems like a fun game to play. You zoomed in on Zeeb's handsome mug? Yes.
Self-refinement.
This time I'll know for sure when it's time to play Shadow Generations.
Oh, patience, as the heat has yet to suffice.
But yeah. Thank you, Kusaki, for reminding me that I wanted to talk about, what's Mahuzi, about the, blah, 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 blah. I wanted to talk about, you know, the fact that there's some people that are calling video games hearts-like, and it just, look, I feel like I am a Kingdom Hearts connoisseur. I went through the entirety, I've gone through, like, as much of the, bounds of something or other. I've gone, you know what else is handsome, Zeebs? Titties. I know exactly what you're gonna say, titties. But yeah, I have gone in about 6 months. I went through the Kingdom Hearts series. It was a very fun JRPG. I had a lot more fun with that one than I did with Yakuza. Yakuza, I kind of got tired when I was playing through the 4th Yakuza game, which was technically the 5th Yakuza game, so Yakuza 4. So yeah, like, I don't need video games being called a Souls-like, a Hearts-like, a Doom clone, a Sims clone. Like, I don't need, or an Age of Empires clone. I don't need games doing that. You know what I get? You know what I want games being classified as? As a fucking genre. As a mechanic. Like, simulators are just job simulators. Turn-based RPGs. Like, you know, all those. Like, anyway, facing off against this thing.
Against me? Why bother returning?
Oh, I have not been. This guy. Ooh. Keep it calm. Keep it calm. There we go. And then fuck as many. Oh, of course you did. Alright. Zeebs in GTA 5 or Zeebs in GTA 6? What? The fuck is going... What is... I feel like there's an entirely different conversation that's going off in the chat that I have not, like, kept an eye on while I... How long was I playing Scorpion Lord where you guys just moved to an entirely different, thing? Anywhoosies, Alright, so that dude is still up there, which means... Fuck the spiders. I need to have a look at the potions that I can make. So, the Withered Silkworm can increase my maximum... Enhanced Ginseng. So this one... Also, hands. Come on, stop doing the, It does, like... I need to think of a different tracking system. Maybe I need to go to gloves at some point. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe I need to start moving towards, like, you know, using gloves for hand tracking. But, you know, I can't afford that. Would Zeebs play the GTA 5 storyline? Honestly? Maybe? That's an honest maybe. I know, like, GTA 5 has been, like, you know, shared, like, dozens of times over as, like, a free game and what have you. It is possible to, like, play it, I reckon. Alright, so we got the Tiger Subduing, we've got the Amplification, Body... Alright, Anti-Miasma is what I needed. I'm currently holding on to 9 of them, which is good. The Miracle increases, so I gain a substantial amount of thingy. I think I'm good with the potions. I've got the spells that I want. So, and I've got... Okay, I need to change from the Skull Turtle thingy to this one. So, because this makes it so that, you know, while I'm stained in mud, it increases my might recovery rate. And then what this allows me to do is it changes to, like, you know, the cool thingamadiggy. This one here, I'm gonna change to... I need to make it so that slightly increases for Bane's resistance, increased poison. I need to... Moderately increases poison resistance. That's what I need. So I need to increase the poison resistance. So this is the amplification thing. I'll keep that at the top. On the right is damage reduction. On the bottom is the anti-miasma. And then on the left is the Tiger Subduing. Alright, cool. So, let me just... Here comes the fun bit, where it's me, like, swallowing, like, several potions worth of goods in order to get ready for a fight. So, we're gonna go for the maximum mana. Maximum stamina. Maximum health. Alright, so that's... No mana cost, large amount of focus. All actions cost no stamina for a short time. Critical hit chance, we're gonna drink that. Generating focus, we're gonna grab that. Alright, I don't have the stronger tiger pills, so we're gonna go with the standard ones. Tenacity, that way we don't get, like, thrown off. Chilled, so that's the miasma. That's the shock. That's the damage reduction, that's the burn state. That is my emergency, so that fully heals me and removes the Forbane status. That will restore might. That one I should probably use a little bit often. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's get through his first stage.
Till my blood gets his pain.
There we go. Come on, get the clock out. Alright. Miasma. My potion. There we go. Come on, get closer. There we are. Oh, come on. Nope, 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 nope. Alright. Move out of the fucking way. Alright. Let's get our full heal. No, that's the... Here it is. So that's their full heal. There's our emergency thing. And then... Let's drink that to recover our might. So then that way we can transform sooner. That for just a little extra. Come on.
Just for this. I have a blood to get that out.
Ah! I don't know how far into the health he went into that one, and I don't... Oh, I don't have a lot of those full heal ones, so I gotta be mindful of that. I like the storyline in GTA 5. Your favorite character was Trevor. Oh, the crazy one. The crazy Canadian. You tried to join around a time when you wasn't tired last time I saw stream, but I had to work. Ah. Look, fair enough. I will be real with you. I don't often stream at the best time. There's only like, you know, some good times that I can stream and what have you. Today is one of those, like, you know, approximately good days, personally speaking, because of the fact that, you know, I don't have to work today, so I can do it in the morning. Grants considerable amount of focus. Slowly gaining thingy, that's what we want. Increase the critical hit chance. Tiger subduing pills, let's go for that one. Tenacity, let's go for that one. Compelling, there we go.
No grudge against me. Why bother returning?
There we go. If I do you early... There we go, come on. There we are. Alright. Using the Cloud Step, I'm able to then... So you know what? I am going to drink the Miracle Pill early. And then we're going to do the Pluck of Many. And... You know what? I'm going to drink the Longevity early. Go. Oh, come on. There we go. Almost there. Actually, you know what? Oh, I have a problem. I just saw him do his strike. So long as I'm in this screen, I'm probably not dead. The problem is, however, if I do get out of this string, I'm most likely dead. Also, hi there, Phantom Master. Welcome to the stream. Congratulations on the 99% himbo. Alright, hang on. Color me curious. Black Myth Wukong heal glitch. I swear there's like a way of like... So it looks like there's ways of getting unlimited health. Wukong boss freeze. How to fix technical issues. Alright. That is all going to be... I should have done that research, like, before the thing. Because I swear I saw someone do a thing where they swapped from, like, one, like, spirit to another. Where it, like, dropped their health, healed them a bit, but then they increased their health. And then they did it over and over again, and they ended up with, like, full health. Alright, get ready to roll. I need to roll to the... right. There we go. Alright, full health. There we are. Come on, I know you want to. There we are. Okay, here we go. Oh! Alright, use you. Ah, shit, I'm out of thingy. Alright, cool. Alright, so I'm out of that situation. Thingy-majiggy. Alright, increase attack, critical hit, critical damage. You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna use it. And then, because I have the time, I'm gonna use this to give me full heals. Oh shit! Yes! Lol, didn't mean to tag you. Yeah, I'm top himbo, thank you very much. There is no scale that can hold my himboism. Yes, alright, we defeated him. Alright, we got ourselves some cool stuff. Damn, and all it took was like a lot of my cores and a lot of my, what's-mahoozies. Ooh, a stained... What is the stained gourd do? Massively increases drinking speed. Okay. Let's give... And it's gonna be empty, isn't it?
A monk? Why not embrace our eat?
Nice. Alright, absorb you. That should give me like a little, like, value into my gourd, which allows me to now drink it. Oh, shit, the tree's moving. Now comes my funnest part. This is my, like, my silliest, like, move to do on, like, small size. Like, some of them actually get, like, you know, stun locked with that thing. And I just wasted, like, 3 of my cores. Hi there, Tabitha. Welcome to the stream. Nice work on the cute rating there. So yeah, dude like him, he can get stunlocked by the spinny thing. Oh. A celestial registry tablet? The fuck? Alright, let's take a look at this guy. Slightly increases experience gained from defeating enemies. You know what? That's a fun one to have. Grant, you fugger! What? Hi, unnamed. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Alright, gather this. We finally defeated the Scorpion King. You're fine, you just woke up from a nap? Aw, the Yeen needed his nap. nappies. I know you're trying to say, like, naps, but it makes me think of nappies, like, you know, the baby nappies. Spin to win is a good win. But, oh my goodness, I have, like, no mana. Oh, thank goodness, there's, like, a shrine nearby. I just need to deal with these two yubbos. There we go. They're taken care of. I can now use this thing here, which is great. Did the cute Ying get a hug? Ah! No Yin burrito hug? Shame. Oh, hey, I can craft new armors. The Venomous Sting Insect Armor. Considerably increases damage dealt by all poison-inflicting attacks. Interesting. Upon taking medicine, grants considerable focus, considerably increases the duration of all medicinal effects. That's honestly pretty good. Right now, I'm currently wearing, like, you know, the armor that I want to wear, though, so... Ah, so that's what the Death Stinger was for. Question... Insect... Is it the insect spike they wanted? Fuban's strength. Ah, okay, so that's for the insect stuff. Okay. Alright, so there's that. Also, unnamed. So I've done... Actually, let me show it to you guys again, because it's just oh so funny. Here we go. Bam. No, not world. We're not loading in a Vignon world. I have not yet worked on that kind of thing. I've done a small improvement to the Halloween costume I have. Also, your model is fucking huge. Like, my thing is, like, only, like, you know, 50 megs or something. Yours is 400. It takes a long time to load. But, hi! And look! I got beans! Howdy there, my name is unnamed. Would you like to see some beans? I hate it. I fucking hate it. Aw. You just haven't seen the best of it. Let me put on the... Look at that, the full attire. Hi there, chatters. I'm unnamed Dean. I just need your OC size and height so I can get a blanket from the dryer and wrap him or her like a burrito. Pull the gun out and it's complete. Ah, yes. The M1911. The gun that survived through several world wars and is the proud choice of every American Ranger. Complete with all kinds of capacity. That's not a gun, that's a... What do you mean? That is a gun! Look at this thing! Watch, I can point and it shoots at people. Observe. See? And what's more is I can, like, change the bullets. Give me a second. Let me go for a, different... Here we go. Different bullets. See? It's fucking beautiful. Don't know what you're on about. No, Grant, it's a barcode scanner. Oh, well, if you think I need a bigger gun... Ow, stop shooting me. No, I wasn't shooting at you. I was shooting at Unnamed. Move out of the way of Unnamed. But yeah, if I need a bigger gun, you're gonna need to find me a bigger gun. Hey, Grant, wow, you're looking different. Yeah, I am the unnamed Yin. I'm a Yin from Texas. I play War Thunder and Truckin' Sims. I'm just a sleepy Yin who need my hugs and my boobies. I am just the oh-so-pinnacle of greatness. Ho-rah. Hey, chat, we should talk about War Thunder. Oh no, my boobies are out. Grant, you hater. I don't know why. I'm just thinking of these in your accent. It's just like, I hate it. I fucking hate it. Pull a gun out and just complete. Look, I even have the love heart thingy-majiggy you have on your boob. You're taking down the zebra, right? No, you're not taking down the zebra. Let me put my shirt back on. You ain't taking down the zebra. And then, like, you know, someone's gonna, like, you know, someone does, like, Chad, give me 500 bits. Oh my god, thank you for 500 biddies. And then, like, look, fucking massive boobies. No! No, 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 no! Uh-oh. Alright. Shame it didn't, like, change the thingy-majiggy when it was, like, ding-dong. But yeah, so, I need it, so, that freeze was concerning. Nah, it was just because I was swapping from, like, one avatar to the other. But yeah, so the unnamed Gene, can we get is any of my moderators in the chat? No? Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to clip shout out unnamed Yeen. Oh yeah, I need to fix my thingy-majiggy so it doesn't do the shoutouts, it only does the clip shoutouts. So, because it's not, yeah. Shout out with overlay. And then I need to change... Oh my goodness, why isn't there a video playing? Come on. Why is this so hard? No, it's not so, I've turned off the exclamation point shoutout because, you know, Twitch has the, you know, the slash shoutout, which I'd rather have my moderators use more often. The only time it's not going to be that is when it's the, you know, the clip shoutout, which is meant to be this one, but for whatever reason, it's not doing its job. Unnamed just has no clips, it turns out. They're all gone. Give me a second. Studio mode. I'm gonna... core overlays. Shout out clip. I'm gonna refresh that. Clip shout out. Cookie for YY! Here's your cookie, YY. Alright, let's try that again. I can't do shit, can I? Clip, shout out, unnamed. Shout out to target user. They were last playing game at target user game. Oh my goodness, that did not work. Some reason when people get me, it's always the same clip of my Mass Effect. You need more clips. You need more featured clips is what you need, Phantom. Alright, hang on a sec. I need to fix this. Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. It's just a jump to the left. Twitch, add target info from who redeemed. Okay, so that's what I need to do. I need to do add target info. Alright, so... core... user... No, not get user. User... Get user info from target. Get it from input. Hopefully this will work. Action queue, action history. When queued. So when queued, it got the raw. So it got input. All right, yeah. So from input. So I first go with input, then I go with target user login. I think Sidekick is broken. No, not the... Jesus Christ, there's a lot of things with Sidekick in its name. Hang on a second. Sidekick. Twitch. The best way to show Twitch clips live on your stream. Why in the world are you broken? Explain yourself to me. But yeah, morning, Angro. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. Give me a second. Wow, overlays are in beta, apparently. All right, so this thing, width 840. Is this the right one? I think it is. Delete file. Go back to my shoutouts. Ow, ping!
My boobies, my massive fucking titties,
1, 2, 3,
my
4,
super
5.
stuffed up
Thank you for the
milkies,
500
my
bits!
hunger bonger doinky boinkies, my fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds. You mean these super duper...
Ding dong. Hang on a second. Let me do the test. There we go. Ding. I need to copy, paste this string, and then exactly 500. There we go. Lol, good. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. You don't get this from fucking unnamed. You don't get these massive fuckers. Granted, they look like fucking they look absolutely fucking ridiculous while the shirt is on. They just look like, oh yeah, just stretched out beyond belief. What's wrong with pecs? Nothing. But yeah, for whatever reason. All right, so volume settings, shout out command, CSO. Moderators can do it. It looks for clips. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go for the last year. Clip order by top. Save. Additional commands. Exclamation point stop. Exclamation point replay. Let's try that again. It just doesn't like it. Unnamed, give me one of your clips. This looks fucking dumb. An anonymous user has suggested a thrown item. Oh geez, I wonder who that was. I wonder who that was after I've been making fun of them for their like massive fucking titties. Jesus. It's gonna be a bra, isn't it? I'm gonna look on my suggestions and it's gonna be a fucking bra, isn't it? Very big chest. Yes, thank you, Angrel. I might make this actually like a little bit smaller, to be real with you. I actually think this is actually like a little bit big. Especially since they go down. Thank you for the hyper himbo though, I greatly appreciate it. Give me a second. Here's a clip. Alright, watch. Let's see if that works. Oh my god. Unnamed got shadow banned on Twitter. On Twitch, sorry, not Twitter. No one gives a shit about Twitter. Fuck Twitter, fuck X. It's going down the wayside. Alright, hang on a second. So we're not gonna go for a scale of 2. We're gonna go for a scale of 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. Has it really already been 5 minutes? Crazy. Why don't you like X and Elon? Because they started doing AI shit. Alright, that's a little bit better. Alright, let me shrink that down. Alright, so it doesn't need to go down as much. So it doesn't need to be 0.3. It needs to be like 0.2. 0.2. 0.03. 0.03. I wish the object position stuff wouldn't be like, I wish there was a way of like making it so that it's just like lattices. All right. 0, 0. Okay. What happens if I make it go up? That's better. Honestly, that's better. Alright, actually, I need to double check. Did it, like, reverse it because of a timer, or is the timer, like, about to go off? Oh, no, it did reverse it. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I did the thingamadiggy. It was there for 5 minutes and then reversed it. Alright, cool. Better boobs. Don't you put that curse on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that curse on me! AI where? Okay, so Gonk is their, like, AI model and all this kind of shit. I'm just gonna hit the, you know, thingamadiggy. Ding. Stop. There we go. All of Elon's decisions and changes to Twitter are all bad and enable ethical questionable things at best. Yeah, exactly. I thought he did a good thing with freedom of speech. No! No, he did not. Okay. Alright. Huge deal, alright? Sorry. New. Why? We need this serious thing. The way Elon Musk talks about free speech, he's like, oh, I'm a free speech absolutist. I follow the free speech to the letter. Here is where that is fucking bullshit. Free speech is a right to assembly, the right to press, the right to protest, and the right to vote. It's like the First Amendment is this thing, but it's only protecting you from the government trying to, like, you know, do things against you. So, for example, the government can't just say a thing such as, like, oh, you cannot be practicing this religion because it's a religion that I do not like, or anything like that. You cannot be protesting in this area. It's like, that's what the point of the First Amendment free speech is. It's only in regards to the government. It does not say anything about the consequences when you're, like, you know, just a private citizen talking to a private citizen. Like, you can't just, you know, proclaim, oh, my First Amendment is getting like rescinded and shit like that when you talk about Nazi shit and you get punched for being a Nazi. That's not, you know, infringing on your First Amendment right. Elon Musk being like, oh, I'm a free speech absolutist means fucking nothing in the realm of X/Twitter, because Twitter is a company. It is not the government. It's not this, you know, fucking, like, open, like, you know, town hall that like everyone is allowed to speak into and such. It is a place that he has, you know, made and what have you. And what's more is he has very much played favoritism on, like, you know, he's very much played favoritism on, like, you know, what sort of stuff is allowed on Twitter and what isn't. And it's been very fucking petty shit. So, for instance, there was a dude who was posting via automation, like, I think a day or two after the flights, like, where people's private jets have been going. Because guess what? The registration of planes is public information. The, like, where they're going, like, taking off and landing and such like that, is public information as well. The only issue is that it's all licenses and such. It's like, oh, X235/R has now landed in Teterboro Airport or something like that, which to a lot of us doesn't really matter. But, fun fact, it is really fucking expensive owning a plane. You're not exactly going to be able to change the registration that willy-nilly or be willing to spend the money to change the plane that you're riding on. So for the people like Elon Musk, Taylor Swift, Elizabeth Warren, whatever kind of people out there that own private jets and such like that, once you have that piece of information, which is also not a very hard thing to find, you instead of it being a case of like, oh, random number of characters landed in JFK Airport 2 days ago, they were over in fucking in UK or something. It's instead a case of someone going, Taylor Swift's jet has landed in JFK a day ago. And Elon did not like that. Because you know what it showed? It showed people like Taylor Swift and Elon Musk using their jets privately for very, like, you know, just shitty, like, short-term flights and what have you. Like, we saw it during the Super Bowl. There was, like, what, 8,000 people who went to the Super Bowl and 800 planes or some bullshit? Like, a high number of planes, like, landing around where the Super Bowl stadium was. And, like, most of them are private jets. It's egregious. It's the difference between traveling via bus versus traveling via car per user. Both of them are not ideal, but if you have to do air travel, it's better that you do it with like as many people as possible, so then that way you offset the amount of carbon emission per person. So, yeah, it kind of sucks having to use paper straws that disintegrate while you're drinking your boba tea, but you can be thankful that you're doing your contribution. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift is up in the air having her 8th flight of the week for something that could be done via car or something via coach. And yeah, Elon Musk got rid of that account, which I feel like did a Barbra Streisand effect, because the fact that you got rid of the one account that most people were just using as their barometer and was also being respectful of, oh, hey, I didn't provide your information, like, you know, right at the get-go. I provided it, like, you know, a day or two after your flight. So if you're moving around a lot, which is what I'm trying to put awareness to, that location means fucking nothing. But now we do the Barbra Streisand effect, where now several people are able to do that kind of information. So Elon's kind of fucked around with that. Elon Musk is trying to fuck around with the block feature so that people can still see your posts when you block them and such, which I feel like is a bit of a superficial, like, there are some people that can be properly annoyed by that, but he hasn't changed, like, the thing of, like, oh, if they're blocked, they can't interact with you, you can't see them, and you can't interact with them either. The block still exists to, like, the level that I think is applicable for app stores and what have you, especially since he's, like, doing the thing of, like, yes, you know, it's a public posting, it's a public account. So he's trying to put you, like, he's trying to have the average person, because they're using X and going into the public realm, he's trying to make it so it's more like, you know, how the paparazzis can take photos of, like, celebrities and shit, and they don't get hit with restraining orders or something because, oh, as a public figure, you lose something of privacy because of your public image. Also, I missed out on a number of messages because I know people were, like, just going down, like, the crazier routes of, like, KK can punch above slurs, tag people. The whole banning people who mention anything in the LBG, meanwhile, anti-Semitism is free reign and not bannable, it's pretty horrible. Yeah, so there's things like that's the thing. Elon plays favorites. I read there's a registered Nazi party in the USA, and no one of the founders in a jail, and they were on protest when the government were deconstructing General Lee's statue. That sounds a bit I've not heard of that Nazi party, I'm going to be real with you. How am I doing this morning? Hi there, Big DJ. I made a Halloween avatar. I showed it off. Unnamed does not like it, and I think it's just because I need a bigger gun. But yeah, moving on. Overall, Elon Musk, he's an asshole. And, like, hang on, let me get you a meme. I need to get you a meme. I shared it in a work chat, and I'm gonna be real with you. It is so applicable to let me find it again. Let me find this meme that I put into the into random or what have you. Give me a second. Like, this is just... Alright, and now... Yep, of course you get to see my ass. Why would I stop you? Alright, close that. Open this. Cookie for Hendrix! A big one recently was retroactively taking non-exclusive rights to your content you've made and allowing him to sell it with reimbursement for liability of up to 100. That one I did not see, but that one is also spooky as fuck. But yeah, he's pissed off artists, is what it is. And so now people who are actual content creators on the platform are looking to, like, reassess where they want to put their stuff. This is the tweet. For your consideration, the world's wealthiest man has made the largest purchase of his life at $44 billion. The product? A machine that shows him the thoughts of millions of people who all have one thing in common. They hate him. Tonight on The Twilight Zone. Actually, let me move this more to center. That way you guys have like a... Hang on. Bam. Or... Let me change my voice. I can do that now. I can change the voice thingamajiggies. Hopefully this works. For your consideration, the world's wealthiest man has made the largest purchase of his life at $44 billion. The product? A machine that shows him the thoughts of millions of people who all have one thing in common. They hate him. Tonight on The Twilight Zone. What did you think? Hopefully people like that. I am not wrong. If I am not wrong, that was in Charlottesville. Oh, Jesus Christ, why? Oh, boy. Okay, that's some 2016 news there. I'm gonna be real with you, what you raised there. Moving on. I moved over to Blue Sky. Lots of us have done so. I highly recommend that the rest of you do too. It will be fantastic. You're gonna have a wonderful time in Blue Sky, and there's, like, you know, much... Like, here's the best thing about Blue Sky. You don't get shadow banned for marking your content as, like, mature or not safe for work or something like that. You don't get your algorithm, like, pushing you down because you use, like, several hashtags or anything like that. It's Twitter before Elon picked it up. It's Twitter before it became problematic. Can I buy anything? Ooh. Buy some tiger subduing pills. I can buy the tree core. I'm honestly gonna buy the tree core, the snake head, the bamboo, the tree pearls, and the gelatin. The fine gold thread I will definitely purchase. I'm getting a lot of refined sand. I don't really need it. I don't want to sell that just yet. I think I can get rid of those. Alright, self-advance. Let's have a look. Alright, can I put anything towards me monkeys? No, I cannot. I can put something towards the cloud step. And then that is for the spirited hands. Ah, staff stances. Increases the count when hitting enemies in the thrust stance. Honestly, that's probably a good one to go for. However... Increases stamina recovery, increases focus gain from perfect dodges. I can't do the 4 Bane existence. That does that reduces the duration. That increases the maximum health, the maximum stamina. That does the hit chance. There we go. All right. If you're interested, I can send later links about the incident in DS. I'm not interested. Like, look, the reason I went to Blue Sky and shit like that was so then that way I didn't have doom scrolling nonsense going off. I did my mail-in ballot. I'm doing my part with the U.S. government. I'm voting who I want. I want Kamala Harris. I want another 4 years of Democrat at, like, you know, doing what they can to not make America turn to Republican shit. I want to really, like, you know, I really want to, like, just settle with the Republican Party of, hey, you guys had a very crazy fucking 4 years. Stop with that shit. Move on, please. Alright, who the fuck is... Where the fuck am I?
It's been long since any soul has trodden these hidden lands.
Hello? Actually, one other thing, I need to double check something, sorry. Ding, dong. Alright, Scorpion Lord, Daoist Ming. Okay, so he's not the final boss in this area, so it's fine. It's fine to, so it's okay to deal with him. Cool. But yeah, Xerix, I'm of the same opinion. I personally just want, I want to be able to have the US go through, like, you know, a week, a month, maybe a year, where we're not just, you know, burying our hands into, like, you know,
Hail, young master. Your face is
burying our faces into our hands and being like, Jesus Christ, what's going on?
As the worm
I don't want, like, historical moments going off in the United States for a while.
Here. The armor worm. Consuming its eggs grants great power.
You said it couldn't be in the US. That they're supposed. No. I'm saying it is.
They devour your insides, leaving an undying husk.
No, I like.
My fellow disciples.
I can talk about this a different day. Why? Okay.
And now
I can talk about, like, that kind of nonsense a different day. Trump wasn't such a high risk for literally upheaving the entire. I'd say just put him through so he gets a second term over with, and can no longer run for office. I think most people had this thought as well, but I think considering, like, you know, he really did have people die in 2020 and was like, he's just hypocritical as fuck.
And perhaps I can find a cure. Young master, just a reminder, they oft wander amidst the village. May you find some luck there. Their lifeless bodies might still bring those eggs to me.
I'm a little lost as to his thing. Alright, so it's gelatin.
Buddhists are unwelcome.
Yep, that was gonna be a... You fucked up my combo! You Taoist. Fuck you.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
I'm curious to see how bad he'll lose his shit if he loses to Kamala. Look at the tantrum you threw when he lost to an old white man. I think the thing is that he is still mad about the 2020 election. Because here's the thing. There has only been, like, 2 presidents who lost their election while they were the incumbent. For you to, like, lose an election where you're the incumbent is like a bit of a rarity in the United States. Because here's the fact of the matter is, you have been the president for 4 years. You have like demonstrated like, oh, this is what I can do for your country. Let me be in for 4 more years and I can do more for you. You have seen him on the news far longer than any of the other candidates. It very much is a case of, well, he's in there already, let's just keep him in there. You're more likely going to have a president going on for like, 8 years than 4. So for Trump, it's very much an ego hit for him. And he lost to Biden. He wanted to win against Biden. He made a huge thing about Biden's age because he was older than Biden. But now comes the fun bit where, they probably should have done this sooner of like, having Biden drop out and letting Kamala run. But with Kamala, it's like, she's not old. Here's the other thing. Tim Munchin, the fucking vice president, the one that looks like old, old white man and shit, he's younger than Donald Trump as well. That's the crazy thing. Trump is in like his 60s or something. Tim Munch is like in his 50s. Alright, open this chest. Let me just get rid of this miasma. There we go. Alright, so there's a... Trump is 71. Oh, Jesus, that's even worse. Alright, let's see if I can... Here we go, here we go, here we go. Point is, it was 2 very old men previously. Now we have Kamala Harris, which, let's be real, a lot of people are probably more interested in because of the fact that, like, she's not fucking old. But she has the same sort of problem that Hillary had when she went up against Trump back in 2016, is that politically she has baggage. Like, she was an attorney prosecutor in California. She had, like, she very much has been a cop. So there's a number of people that are a little bit, that are still pretty much upset with her bullshit. Also, how did I get in there? There we go. Oh. There we go. Hi there, Shoto. Welcome to the stream. Best president could have been Nikki Haley, but Republicans chose a populist Trump. I don't know why. It's because he's popular. And what's more is, like, the Republicans made the mistake of going extremist. Like, they did this to themselves. They went with like a crazy extremist who was quite popular for, just meme's sake. The news like showed him off like so for far longer than any other. Less popular and more, he's blackmailing at least half of them. Look, infamy or famous, either way, he's popular. That is the unfortunate like side of it. Is they picked him, they elevated him to the level that he is right now, and there's a number of centralists that are that do not like him. Like, fact of the matter is there were a number of centralists, like once he was gone and such like that, or the potential of him being gone, they definitely took the side of I don't want to deal with him and wanted to try and go back to, Mitch McCain, sorry, not Mitch McCain, what's his name? Mitch McConnell's plan of, just trying to stack as many of the other branches of government with Republican, because that was the whole thing that Mitch McConnell wanted, is that he wanted a Republican to help put in more Republican judges across all different levels of governance, and they were able to do that with Donald Trump. even though he irrevocably probably fucked a number of, you know, people being able to bitch McFondle. Yeah. Look, overall, it's fucked. The United States, like, system is relatively fucked because of the whole winner-takes-all political system that we have right now with only the two parties. If you put in preferential voting, the popular vote would be a lot more, like, you know, reliable on who's going to be the next president, because lo and behold, for the second time in as many, like, different presidents, the popular vote did not get the person into power or anything like that. It's instead went because of a, you know, fucked up system of like, oh, the land represents the people, and it's like, no, the people represent the people. So, and the Republicans do not want to change that system because they understand that because of their current, you know, ties and what have you, they have a limited pool, and if you encourage more people to vote, there's, you know, more Democrats that want to vote out than the other side. So they'd much rather restrict those interested in voting. And it's also why they're interested in third-party votes still being a thing, because, like, as we have seen with, during the 2000 election, and even, like, fucking, what's Mahoozy, JFK, something or rather, blah, blah. If you have a third-party option, more often than not, the third-party option is picked by Democrats, not by Republicans. There's a huge mob mentality with the two-party system in the United States. It's not like here in Australia where you'll have someone picking Labour or Liberal, and then they can, like, you know, depending on their region, might go for something different. Sylvester Krista. Good thing is Australia is doing great. Keen for this state vote to be a mess. Oh, yeah, no, this state ow, fucking spider thing. Oh, come on. If you weren't aware, in Australia, abortion rights barely pops up in the political thingamadiggy. It's just matter of fact. It's just a matter of fact that people can get abortions, and, like, you know, there isn't this, like, you know, huge, like, religious thing behind it and what have you. However, most recently in this election in Queensland, there has been a lot more conservatives, especially outside of the city, that have wanted to try and, like, you know, restrict abortion so it's not possible to do it at, like, you know, later terms, and if not, like, you know, ban it. The current leader of the Liberal Party, who previously voted to ban abortion and shit like that, when they ask him of, like, oh, is your party looking to, you know, ban abortions and shit, and he's like, it's not part of the party's, you know, overall plan, because, you know, political parties have an overall plan, but districts and what have you, like regions, they want to do their things. There's a thing that can be done by any one of the, you know, party members, which is hey, I want to do, like, a conscientious vote, which is, you know, basically, oh, we are going to vote on something that isn't explicitly part of the political party's plan. We're going to vote, you know, for our we're going to vote, like, for what we feel and such like that. And apparently they're looking to, you know, do that about the abortion ban. The Liberal Party leader has not defined whether or not he would stop a conscientious vote going off. He's just said it's not part of the political plan, which isn't very, you know, enthusiastic hopeful, because just because it's not part of the party plan doesn't mean that someone within your party isn't going to go, hey, can we ban abortions? In which case the Liberal leader, who is obviously going to lead the trend for everyone else, he's more likely than not going to vote for banning abortions. So what does the Labour Party do? Oh, they bang that fucking drum. They make it very clear that the Liberal Party would very likely take away your right to abortion, which I'm gonna be real with you. That is honestly a very strong way to just, you know, stop people from voting for the other side, because it's like, uh-oh, my rights are gonna be infringed. Where the fuck is... Huh. Oh, there's something up there, isn't there? There probably is. When it comes to abortion, the entire conversation is between the women and their healthcare. No one else has any business in such a decision. Yes. That is the correct answer. That is how it should be. And that's how it has been for the longest time in Australia. So, you know, after going through, like, here's the thing. A lot of, like, because in Australia you have the preferential vote and such like that, it actually does matter what the, like, the leader of your party and such like that, like, their beliefs are in, or, like, what's their solution for climate change? What's their solution for the job market? What's their solution for the housing market, and yada yada. Like, there is a bit of scrutiny that goes off with voting for your party member. And because it's not like a, you know, an obvious two-party system, because you got preferential voting and you're voting for your seat for your district, not for your state.
Engral with the 16-month tier 1 sub. Sub for Zeeb, go away loud ads.
Thank you, Angrel. Angrel, like Angrel said, do not go for loud ads. Go for me, a loud zebra. Thank you so much for the subscription. I greatly appreciate it. You've been doing it for the last 16 months. It's great. But yeah, in Australia, normally there's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of, like, you know, scrutinizing over the details and such like that in regards to picking your political leader and what have you, because there's the obvious option of, if you don't like the two major parties, you go for some of the smaller parties, which is why you have, like, the First Nation, the Nationals with Pauline Hanson, the redhead. If you want a Trump equivalent in Australia, Pauline Hanson. You know why? Because she is fucking unhinged with her takes. She is loony, and she has way too good of a hold on memes that I'm a bit uncomfortable with. So she's definitely playing into the, you know, trying to play into the youths and shit. But yeah, if you don't like your two major options, the National Liberal Party or Labour Party, guess what? You go for one of the smaller parties, and you're not explicitly throwing away your vote. You are picking your representative for the district. This is how the Green Party was able to get a seat in the Victorian Parliament. It's like Pauline and Clive. Yeah, Pauline and Clive. Those are like your independent options. There we go. Alright, where's the next spider? What? No spider? Okay. What's the point of all these chests? Oh, Void Hail. Wait, Violet Hail? What? Hang on, what's... The remains of the deceased Taoist of Petal Fall Hamlet may be just what Taoists mean outside the temple is seeking. Ah, okay, so that's what he's after. Okay. Because of a conservative mindset that the man of the house is basically total control over it, this is very final. Oh, you're just explaining the whole shebang. Yeah, no, understandable. I get what you're doing. I pick up what you're putting down here. You're explaining the whole thing. Look, overall, abortion was not a conversation that happened in our political system, like, I'm gonna be real, since the 2000s. Since I've been aware of Australian politics in the 2000s, abortion rights never popped up in the political conversation, okay? 20 plus years. Think about that for, like, abortion rights have definitely been talked about in the last 20 months in the United States. Whereas in Australia, 20 years, we never questioned about abortion rights. You had them. That's it. There was nothing more to that. So to have it pop up now in the Labour versus Liberal, you know, debate and what have you for Australia's Queensland Premier, Labour has a bit of an easier job with their marketing of being able to, like, you know, like, granted, it's not a case of like, oh, hey, keep us in power, we're doing such great things, which, let's be real, they are. They gave us the 50-cent public transport, which we're going to be able to keep with them. Liberal says that they'll keep it, but let's be real, Liberal has said they wanted it gone. I don't exactly trust them on that one. They're the people that gave us the $1,000 rebate on our electrical bill. They are doing all sorts of, like, small, influential shit to try and, you know, stamper out the cost of living crisis that we're kind of going through right now because of housing and the economy with food and what have you. Most places outside of the USA spend time debating things of actual value instead of fucking around with stuff that shouldn't have been fucked with to start with. Different priorities for different countries, basically. Priorities shift as the years go on, Tabitha. You are correct. Heck, that, like, you know, some people don't fuck around with that nonsense, but overall, this is one of those situations of, it wasn't a problem. But Liberal Party, you're now making it a problem. And so the Labour Party has, like, you know, an easier time, you know, marketing and being the, ooh, don't let the Liberals in, they'll take away your abortion. And basically, you know, having as many women as possible not vote for the Liberal Party. That was a waste of magic, but that's fine. Alright. This guy is gonna get us into a fight, no doubt. The fuck is that?
Splendid. This is it. Vile and evil it is. Hence, I must bring it back for thorough study. Young master, in our brief acquaintance, you were kind enough to do me a favor. Why not extend your kindness by leaving your head with me? That would please my master greatly.
I'm sorry, but... I'm sorry, it looked like I was able to stun you with this fucker. It's kind of... Okay. Going through this guy after dealing with so much of the fucking Scorpion King, this is a breath of fresh air. Look at this guy getting fucking stun-locked by this. Are you fucking serious?
Stand. Spring.
Spin to win. Oh, am I gonna get a phase 2?
Just what I need.
Oh.
You shall be my initial feast to power my metamorphosis ascension.
Fuck, there is a phase 2. The spin to win is neat. Oh, that's what happens to them. Okay. Because we saw that guy, that kind of... Whoop. interestingly, he... You know what? Fuck it. Pluck of many. You deal with my homies. Ding! Fries are done! Into the blender he goes! You can't stop the spin! Da, 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 da. That is honestly hilarious that the Scorpion King was such trouble, and then it's just like, spin!
Themselves. Their demise was of their own creation.
Snake Lady has a really fucking long neck. What the hell? Oh! You just killed the poor man. Granted, I was beating his ass.
You are special. What poison them only strengthens you.
I don't think I want it.
Keep it close and wield it wisely. You'll see its potential.
I don't think I want it.
Go. Release him. Being trapped there is a torment.
Because here's the thing, is like those side thingamadiggies, like, aren't they more of like something for the sides of the head, not the size of the neck?
I cannot bring myself to do it.
Looks like cringe. You can't call people's personas cringe, okay? She chose Violet Worm Violent Form. Transform into a worm guai, immune to poison, inflicting poison bane on the enemy with each attack. Nice. Everyone has beautiful personas. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Oop. Ow, fuck you. Alright, back out of the thingy-madiggy. Now you can ask... Now you can ask, would you love me if I was a worm? I remember trying to do, like, a joke with that one, like, in the past, and I did it in, like, a Discord, and I didn't have, like, the humor and such, especially since I had to be the one to, like, open the question of, would you love me if I was a worm and such. It didn't go off very well. I am not the best with humor, I'm sorry to say, sometimes. There we go. It's nice having a board that just gives me like a shit ton of strength. There we go, this guy is stun locked. Given the humanoid anatomy, the way they went with it makes sense. Here and there. Nice, more snake head. I need monkey head, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright, where's the bug? Bug! There you are. Alright, absorb this. He just merely put him out of his misery. Yeah. Who would want to be a worm? Stunlock. Hi there, Shibore. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, my weight! YY asked me about my weight and how I was doing. It's actually going fairly well. Granted, from yesterday to today, I've only lost like half a kilo. But here's the good news. Number one, I am still under 137 kilograms. I am 136.4 something like that right now. There's your pecs, YY. But yeah, so I was able to, you know, get down in weight, which is, so it's still going down. It's not going down as quickly as it was, like, the first 3 days or what have you, but fact of the matter is I still lost about, you know, 3 kilograms in the span of a week, I'm fairly sure. And when it gets to tomorrow, that will be a week of, doing the shake diet, and I'll be able to have, like, more accurate numbers of, like, oh, hey, between the days of, like during the shake diet kind of stuff, like, going from this to that. I'll admit, I still might be under 90 kilograms. Nice! I'm aiming to, so, when I talk to the dietitian and such like that, that was the goal for me, is to go for, like, try and get under 90 kilograms. Right now, being at, like, 136, 137 kilos, I still have a long ways to go. That's, like, still a good, like, 40 to 50 kilograms. But with the shake diet, it seems to be working. Granted, I can't do it forever, though. So do not think you can do it forever. You know what? I'm going to make another one of those, because those are worthwhile making dozens of times over. And then we're going to rest, so then that way we get, like, full thingamadoogies. Alrighty. It isn't by choice. Okay, Shibore, here's the thing. In order to gain weight, you need money. That's unfortunately the thing of it. You need to be like, the way I've been eating before the shake diet, you kind of understand, like, how easy it is to, like, gain weight. Because here's the thing. You have breakfast. That already gives you a few calories. You want heaps more? Go for a maca. Those are easily, like, 300-400 calories. That's your breakfast out of the way. You go for lunch. If you want a burger, you always get the sides and such like that. So you're having chips and you're having a drink. And maybe you have an additional side that goes with it, such as chicken tenders or chicken nuggets. Or better yet, you go for 2 lunches you go for 2 burger meals in the one lunch. That's what happens. And then it gets to dinner and you're probably very full and you don't want to eat anymore. So you know what happens the next day? You eat a lot more because you didn't eat last night, you idiot. So then you eat way more than you need to on the Monday. And it's just a reciprocal cycle of eating way more than you needed to, and it costing you both monetarily and, you know, health-wise. Doctor says the reason for your low weight is because of my celiac disease. I am not familiar with that disease, but that kind of makes a little more sense for why you might not be able to gain weight and such like that, because being ill does put a hamper on trying to, you know, improve your body one way or the other. Ugh. The fuck is that? Alright, let's just get you guys out real quick. Okay. Also, is it me, or did he have, like, less health when, like, he wasn't at full health when I started fighting him? Also, hi there, Sash. Guess what? I've defeated the tiger, so now I get his, like, form. I wish I had more might, but that's gonna have to do. There we go. Come on, get closer. There we are. Okay, so it was a phase 1 thing. So because he didn't have full health in phase 1, weirdly enough. So yeah, I might have used the tiger too soon if that's the case then. What the fuck is going on? It's just changed it to fucking nighttime, and is the moon closer? Oh no, now it's raining blood. Ah, shit. Alright, here's what needs to happen. I don't have a lot of mana is the problem. So I'm going to increase the amount of might that I have. So then that way I can get to my ebb and flow sooner. We're going to have me constantly gaining focus since there's a lot of... Or I'm just going to die. Alright, now we got 2 phases to go through with this guy. So now I know for next time, don't pop off all my different abilities at the start. Like, for whatever reason, the Scorpion King didn't have 2 phases, and he was very difficult in the first one. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh, actually, you know what we will do? Let's pull out this scroll. We're gonna check on the Zhu. We're gonna check on the dragon, the dog, the monkey. We're gonna check in on a lot of them and see what they're doing, what's what. Try and help them out. See if they can help me. Yeah. How's it going, Sash? You doing okay? So, like, you've already seen Dazzy, like, go through this game, I'm guessing? Has he finished it? Have you been playing this game?
Self-refinement is the way to make gold. It retains the energy of both this world and beyond.
Okay, so not anything no, I don't want to remix. There we go. Let's make some celestials so we can increase. So we've already increased our mana to as high as we can. We've increased our health to as high as we can. We can increase our stamina, which I don't think is that important. I feel like health is the better one to go for. Because, like, defense, sorry, is the better one to go for. You've watched Dazzy go through it. I'd like to play, but I'm going to try and family share it on my brother eventually. Fair enough. Understandable.
All things can be my material, yet I choose the rarest few.
Thank you. So yeah, because the defense increase is very helpful, because it means that when I go for, like, you know, weaker armors and such for their status effects, I'm not, like, you know, ruining it for myself. Alright, so the medicine gourd is fully healed. This one can go even higher. Increases, like, thingamadiggy based off duplicates. Let's change our brew. So this massively increases from the gourd when at critical health. I get the full 36 now, so it's not as important. Increases the shock, increases the poison, increases the maximum health for a short time, increases damage reduction, critical hit chance. Let's go with damage reduction, because it's normally like a panic.
Drink.
Drink. So yeah. Hey, look, and we got like all kinds of things to harvest.
Do drink wine. No harvest without hard work.
Do I have any seeds I can give you?
I've spent my whole... Oh, who's there to lend me?
Armor and arms. Just us can bear yours.
Do I have any new weapons I can make? The spike shaft staff. The attack is lower, but it does give me maximum mana. Continuously gain focus for a brief moment after seeing through the enemy feels a bit, you know, not fully understanding. This one, I need another Kun Steel in order to get. Kong Jin. Punishing Downpour executes thunder damage to the enemy instead of area damage. I don't know what that is. I feel like that's a bash thing. That's for the Rat Sage. So we went from the Chitin Staff to the Spider Celestial, which is why it does the moving thing. Upon a successful hit with charged heavy attack, each focus point cost slightly recovers health. In poison state, hits inflicts the damage with Poison Bane. And then these are armors I can grab. Crystal. This allows me to use the gourd while sprinting. I do not have the celestial ribbons to improve this. Grants considerable focus. So that does it for the Gale Guard, which is this thing. So these give me shock resistance. That just gives me, like, overall defense. It gives me quite a bit of defense, though, to be honest with you. This can't go any higher. Vengeful Mirage will inflict Thunderbane. That's honestly a pretty good, like, armor thingamadoogie, quite honestly. And it does have, like, a chance to go further. Okay, what was that thing? Performing light attacks following Evanescence directly triggers the finisher of... Yeah, I don't understand what that means. And then, upon consuming a focus point, considerably increases critical hit chance for a short duration. That's kind of cool. Performing 3 consecutive dodges within a brief period recovers a moderate amount. Oh, it has to be perfect dodges, however. All actions cost no stamina. Nice.
Master of Arms stays firm. Go.
Just get a little bit of extra thingy. Oh, actually, one of the things I should do is get rid of the registry tablet and put in... So I'm already using those things. Maximum stamina, critical hit, damage, 4 Bane, stamina recovery, poison damage, hit. So that increases the critical hit chance, which honestly might be a good one, because yeah, 21% is like, that's pretty close to like a quarter. Alright, head back up to the peak. Let's deal with this thing. Hopefully the first phase still has like a reduced amount of health. So you don't have to deal with the blah 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 blah. Bing. Alrighty. Onwards. I recovered health with that one. There we go. It stuns me for quite a bit. Fucking bird. There we go. Alright, so I did use a little bit of magic there. I used, I'm gonna be real with you, quite a bit of magic. Alright, so he does the second phase. Alrighty, here we go. Alright. Now comes the fun bit, drinking the potions that we want to help us. Okay. Okay. So that one we're gonna need to run around. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna need to... Let's see, what kind of medicines can we make? I'm gonna increase our maximum mana. Going to increase our maximum health. Body fleeting, sure. We got plenty of celestial pairs. Enhanced tiger thing. Let's do 2 of you. Instantly gain a considerable amount of focus. Let's make more of you tiger subduings. Shock quelling, anti-miasma. We could probably do with a few more of you just in case because of the other areas I'm going to need to go to, no doubt. That's the fortifying. Evil repelling. That one I am definitely going to need more of you. I can't make any more of you two. No, well, I can buy more views. Alright. Alrighty, first and foremost, we're probably gonna sip some of the spells we've got. Actually, no. We'll do the key thingamadiggy first with him, so then that way he has time to like. There we go. Ah, I didn't. barely follow that. Sorry. Alrighty, now comes the fun bit. Alright. And I'm gonna need a lot of stamina. Oh, I think I know what I need to do to... Ooh, interesting. Okay, so I now know what to do about that. There we go. You weren't expecting that, were you? Wait, can he see me through the cloud steps? There we go. And I can't fucking see! Alright, that did it. Fuck you! There we go. Oh, oh, shit. Go. Yes! Come on, you can do this! Come on! Yes! Oh, yeah! The cockatrill crowd. How many times did it take Dazzy to go through this boss? How many times? Yes! What was that, like 3 times? I should have known this thing with throwing its projectiles wanted me to, like, do the, like, fan thingy-madiggy.
I journeyed from Mount Lee to delve into the mysteries of this valley. I didn't mean to hold this back from you. It was because I had to. I stayed my hand for my ties to his mother. That's why I called upon you.
Oh, hey, it's the little spike thingy-madiggies.
But how did you get this? I thought it was with the 100-eyed Guai. This may well be the design of destiny itself. I shall help you and restore its power. Consider this as my token of gratitude. Few strings dangling from the sky. No one knows whether they lead to weal or woe. Why does everyone vie to scale them?
I don't fucking know. I just got here. Obsession, a remnant of worldly ties, transforms the unfinished aspirations into spaces both tangible and ethereal, real and illusionary. Through certain objects, one can navigate these spaces, engaging with the past and future, and perhaps gaining even more. I wonder why it mentions about the future. Woo, the Weaver's Needle. This vessel of mine is forged not of iron or steel nor of gold, but solely from the eyes of my son. Hey, we got Kun's steel as well. Nice. Where the fuck am I? I have no idea where I am right now. Double-combed rooster blood. We got a lot of stuff from this place. But yeah, I have no idea where this place is that I am now. I've been in this secret area for so long that I now forgotten what the rest of the area looks like for this chapter. Alright, here we go. Soul reimagination. The fuck is that? Upon use, it grants resurrection upon death before triggering life-saving strand for a long duration. Damn. Well, that's definitely going to be useful for a serious thing. Upon activation, it relentlessly homes in on and attacks the enemy. It's highly effective against specific enemies. Oh, it's like Yondu's arrow, where you're just like... And then it just goes like... Ba-bam, ba-boom. Well, the fact that I got that secret during this level clearly only means one thing. It's for the boss that I'm gonna get. Alright, how the fuck do I get out of here? I don't exactly have, like, an obvious path. Oh yeah, that did the what's mahoozy thing. Yeah. It would be nice getting that treadmill, I'm gonna be real with you. Alright, pick up this thing. We do the long... Now we have to do the long run to get to, like, a shrine thingy-majiggy, so then that way we're able to, like, teleport to where we need to go. Thank you for the tree pearls. The snake, I think, is no longer, like, tied up here, because I guess that girl was the snake. Which means... Through here. Monkey jump good. Oh, new brews. That's right. We have an entirely different thingy-majiggy. So yeah, I like the Celestial Lotus Seeds because it gives us, like, small, like, slowly recovers our health as well. Using the gourd while in a poisoned state removes the poison state and moderately increases the movement speed and critical hit chance. You know what? I'm probably gonna get poisoned, so that's gonna be a very useful one. Temple of the Yellow Flower, Court of Illumination. Alrighty. Reviewing the guide again. So I've dealt with the Venom Daoist, the Fungi Woman. Turn right inside. Follow the. Once you reach the fork in the road, turn right. Okay, so I need to find that Fungi Woman. I also need a... So, the Fungi Woman. The 100-Eye Taoist? I think both lightning and challenge. The true final boss is against the 100-Eye Taoist Master. Okay, so I dealt with the Commander Beetle, the Supreme Inspector. Alright, cool. So, the Fungi Woman is who I need to deal with next. Let me minimize you. We run back this way. There we go. You get fucked. And then it said at the fork in the road, take a right? Is the way I'm meant to be going? Oh shit, there's two of them. That's not great, because they're gonna poison me. I'm already poisoned, that's a problem.
Evil.
I think this was the wrong fork in the road. Alright, hang on. I think I need to go this way? Did I already deal with the funky woman? I don't think so. I don't think I dealt with the funky woman already, so... So there's that one. Nothing here. They told me to take a right. This doesn't ring any bells to me. This feels like a new place. There's a lot of fungi things, so... Oh, and then there's a horn or something like that over there, so... Yep, there we go. Oh. Yeah, that looks different. Alright, what's this like? So yeah, and because I absorb this into my gourd is gonna fully get all its charges back. There we go, it gets all its charges back, and I get the Spirit the Fungi Woman. This is one of the disadvantages I feel like with the action RPG stamina-based combat system being called a Souls-like, is that it does the exact same thing that everyone that goes through Elden Ring and Souls-like, you know, will inevitably do in order to try and make their lives just a little bit easier. Hey, Sunset of the Nine Skies! That sounds like a cat thing. But yeah, the game very much plays into the fact of like, oh hey, you should, if you don't want to like, if you're not like, you know, just hyper skilled and don't matter what your build is until the end game, you should do some research into what you can do with your skills. Okay, so that's where I was previously. Okay. Alright, so now we go down. So now we go back down. Actually, why am I going back down? I didn't, like... Here's what we do. We use this thing. The talisman takes me back to the shrine. And then I'll rest there. I'll check out the things. Do I want a Coke... Do I want a Coke Zero? I'm allowed to have Coke Zeros, like, with my diet, because they don't give me calories or anything like that, so... Like, the only issue is that, you know, if you drink a lot of Coke no sugar, or Sprite no sugar, or any of those kinds of sodas with no sugar in them, you do increase your chances of cancer, but it's in the same sort of realm as having your mobile phone in your pants gives you an increased chance of cancer. But yeah, we have a new thingy. Sunset of the Nine Skies. Each sip recovers 35% of your maximum health and grants a considerable amount of ki. Who has been invited to the Queen Mother's Perch Banquet? Honestly, that's a little bit interesting, but, Alright. spells are... So that's the Ashen Slumber, which is the monkey thing. The Hoarfrost is the frost guy. The Umbral Abyss... Oh, wait, that's the monkey thing. So what's the Ashen Slumber? Oh, wait, no, the Ashen Slumber is the rat. The Golden Linen is the long dragon guy. Red Tides is the red, Azure Dust, Ebb and Flow. The Violet Hail. Immune to poison, inflicting poison burn on the enemy. Command infected larvae to explode, dealing severe damage instantly. Absorb part of the harvest swarm to recover a considerable amount of health. Detonate to inflict area upon deformation. Also activates Hive Mind, causing any nearby larvae. Imbue the blade with eggs by self-wounding. The blade can store up to 4 egg stacks. Each life attack consumes a stack, infesting the enemy's wounds with larvae. Ugh. That's disgusting. Alright, what does the fungi woman do? Considerably increases the maximum health, but moderately reduces the maximum stamina. Drift through the air with a mushroom cap, releasing spores. Upon landing, crash into the foes. The spores rain down, attract and strike them. Spores that hit the opponent can return and recover health. Cool. Alright, Alright. That feels like a ball. Meanwhile, up here...
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
Hi, Sir Dragon. Yes, I will go for a sip. Thank you for the hydrate. Hey, Sir Dragon, do I want a Coke no sugar, the Oreo flavored ones? Oh, no. Okay, cool. So it starts about as soon as there.
Please. You must save me.
Ugh, I don't like spiders.
Both my trap and my vessel failed. But how?
When I saw him, I just couldn't. The Destined One then arrived and bested me. Now the monkey has ransacked our hollow.
A mere monkey showing such disrespect. Your wound was recovering. But now it's getting worse. Fear not, I'll deal with him. But before that, that thing of mine, do you still have it?
I do.
Very well. Despite all your failures, you led the Destined One here. I should reward you for that. But the thing I gave you, now I must have it back.
What the fuck is going on there? I don't 100% know what the fuck is going on.
You girls are far too young to comprehend my design. This, along with those relics inside him, shall free me of Kunlun's reign. Rest assured, darling, I'll avenge you. Now let go of your misery and rest in peace.
Alright, while they're busy, you know, giving him the what's-a-mahoozies, I am going to be drinking my medicines. Oh, and of course he has a thingamajiggy to...
Everything you have now, give it to me!
Oh, it is actually quite effective to him.
Lies! No, it's finished! They've denied the path.
Where the fuck did he go? There he is.
Find peace knowing you girls have turned against me. I gave for another. They are fruitless, all my deeds be they found.
Oh, I was not close enough.
How much you girls love your mother. Now join her in death. And you! My plan is undone because of you. Pay with your life!
Okay, I need to...
The rebels with might find their rightful lives.
Let's get the magic happening. Nope, that's not right. Oh, come on.
I must bear the toll.
Alright. I like dunking Delta Cream Arnott's into the... Oh, hey, I'm getting a raid! Hi, everyone! Welcome to the stream. Good time I paused at this time. Hi, everyone! Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Welcome to the stream, Rakuangaki. Welcome. Oh my god, look at all these bean raids. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for the follow, VTuber fan. Error. I didn't follow you on my new account? What? You have a new account? Hang on. Is this... Rakuangaki. That style. That... Were you a bat by chance? Were you a bat by chance? Is that what I'm thinking? Maybe, you say. Maybe in all caps. You know what I can do? Oh, hang on. Let's minimize that. You know what I can do? I am a bat at IRL. Yes. I know it. So if I do a clip shout out and I do Raki, hopefully this thing will work this time. Let's have a look. Any minute now. Any minute now. Well, alright, it's a piece of shit. It ain't doing its job. It didn't work for anyone. It didn't work on a previous shoutout. I was hoping it was going to work on this shoutout, but I guess not. I need to find a different system for being able to do shoutout clips and it not be like sitting on my system. But yeah. Rakuangaki. Is that how... Am I saying that right? Rakuangaki. I am terrible with names. And Raccoongaki. Nice, Raccoongaki. I am going to remember this. Welcome, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful time in the Minecrafts. I can't believe you went for 10 hours. Gaki is easier. All right, we'll go with Gaki. Gaki. I am currently going through Black Myth Wukong. Wait, when did I lose my shirt? Who did that? Who took my shirt? Renee! God damn it. Renee took my shirt. I was wondering how long I had, like, my tits out for the boys. Oh, and then little Incineroar is here, too, wanting a look at the dumpy. But yeah, hi! I recognize Flu the Kenku. They used to be Flu the Kenku Bard. Also, hi there, VTuber fan. I hope you all had a wonderful time over at Gaki's stream with Minecraft. It's probably not, like, right now I'm going through Black Myth Wukong. It's probably not gonna be going through the, brave little, what the fuck, brave little toddler. I do not like that name, I'm gonna be real with you. It feels very uncomfortable. But yeah, I am currently going through Black Myth Wukong. I am at currently a very difficult boss. Upon use, grants resurrection upon death before triggering the life-saving strand for a long duration.
Rakamaki paid me to say Woluki bald.
Bald. Yeah, no, I was made bald. So yeah, alright. We'll use this to increase our might. Alright, Woo, cool art. Yeah, here's the thing. Okay, actually, also, I'm gonna head out. I need lunch and vitamins. Understandable. I'm probably gonna have lunch in like 15-20 minutes myself as well. We're gonna see how I do with this boss here. I need the shock quelling. There we go.
Step closer. There's another strike to bear.
I got another pluck, which is going to be useful. It's going to be effective.
In the light and the sight of my eye!
Oh! Oh, what is he doing with his sword? That's... Oh, Christ. I used up, like, all of my abilities to get to here. I'm probably gonna die. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That takes me out. But yeah, hopefully you have a wonderful time lurking. I am going to be doing my best to survive. And then... Okay, I need to somehow get my mat. Let's increase my health. Oh my god, another raid, I'm about to die. I cannot fucking see what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. Hi there, Mijo. Welcome to the stream. Oh, okay. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh my goodness. Alright, hang on. Can I survive? Can I survive using this? Ugh! And I wasted the resurrection potion here! Hi everyone, thank you for the ghost raid. That's 2 raids in quick succession. Welcome Gadget, hi there Savior, welcome, welcome. I hope you all had a wonderful time over at Mijo. I am having an embarrassing time here with the thousand-eyed whatsamahoozies. Ah. Alrighty. Now comes the fun bit of like drinking all my medicines. I was really hoping, because I feel like the fact that I'm going to have to deal with him, I'm going to have to deal with him without the spiders helping me, which is going to be problematic. Alright, let's do that to slowly gain our focus. Tenacity. Actually, I've been dealing with lightning more than anything else, so I should probably change my gear. So instead of using, because this is only good for the transformation stuff, I need to wear the stuff. Massively reduces the duration of shock status, moderately increases thunder damage. So the long scales might be, yeah, because they increase my shock resistance, while this increased my poison. But I'm going to need to upgrade it, unfortunately, in order to get, like, an advantage in the, Damn, I was really hoping I could do it with the resurrection, potion. It gave me full health. It didn't restore my gourd or my magic, unfortunately.
Now you shall pay their debts.
And once again, I waste. Alright. This. How was... I didn't... it gave you a shadow, but it didn't tell me what you were last playing. How how was the what game were you playing? It doesn't tell me, unfortunately. Oh. Ah, damn it! He made me waste my. And then he activates this. So I'm going... Alright, it's at this point... I'm going to use the life saving to get rid of the... thingy, and then... I'm going to use this for the health.
All people are
I've already seen that nonsense. We're playing Luigi's Mansion, catching some ghosts. Nice. I was not cooking with my shirt off. Alright, drink you. Oh boy, what is the trick? What is the solution? Grants considerable amount of focus, increases attack for a time. Let's go with you. Let's start being aggressive. Alright, I'm going to need to go back to the village. I'm going to need to increase the armor that gives me shock resistance. That way, when I do get under the shocks thing, it says it greatly reduces the duration I'm on it. I also need to save the needle for when I'm in that like in that phase, because I imagine that the needle is actually going to be very useful for when he does like his disappearing act on me. So I've got prep work to do. Plus, I think there's some seeds I can give to Shen Long. Excuse me. Oh, that's a cool emote, Mijo. Am I saying your name correctly, Mijo?
Self-refinement is the way to make gold. This is what my ceaseless toil finally yields.
Do I get the resurrection potion? No, I do not. I just get more miasma nonsense. Alright. I need silkworms
Each
for
pill
those.
is a means to an end. My destiny's course.
Upgrading the gourd, so that does it because based off duplicates. This one... So the medicine thingamadiggy gives me 9
Oh, I
things.
don't care what
Blue.
gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Lead to success or
How dare you?
It's what he says.
How dare you lurk in my streams and force me to be a,
Go suck a
in a
lemon.
maid outfit. Why take that? You won in the previous MTG game. Why did I get hit? What did I do wrong? Anywhoosies, welcome to the stream, Blue. I hope you're having a wonderful morning or afternoon wherever you are. No, I didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Des won in the last one.
armor and arms. Just us.
Alright, upgrade armor. You got work soon. Understandable. Alright, so that's for the Pilgrim, that's for the Gale Guard. There we go. So long scale. So you get increased. You get increased. You get increased. That gives us a free head. This allows us to use the gourd while sprinting. This one we could probably upgrade upon taking... That's for the Fubon strength. This one gives us a unique effect. This one might be the better one to have increase into things. Like this one this one's at 40. 22, 20 thingy.
Now you see.
Alrighty, let's change our gear around. So first and foremost, more easily trigger perfect dodges, and this one can't get upgraded. This one increases the chance of obtaining materials. So yeah, so it looks like the Pilgrim's Headband is the thing we need to be upgrading. Alright.
The proper swords.
But yeah.
Be on your way.
Alright.
Back so soon.
Alright, let's upgrade the Pilgrim's Headband then. Oh, if I had Celestial Ribbons, we could have it go up even higher.
If it's here, I'll get to pounding.
Shame. But the good news is that we are now able to have it, you know... We're now able to have it do, like, you know, stuff. Alright, so the Stained Gourd gives us 7 things. It increases the speed at which we drink it. Health recovered is half, but attack is increased for a short duration after using the gourd. I'm gonna go with the Medicine Buddha because I need the... Like, I don't need increased attacks, because it's not like I'm able to do, like, a big burst of damage. I need to have more opportunities to take my drink. I also need to, you know, change where I am positioning, so... Yep, so Tiger Subduing is on the left. Miasma, alright, you are gonna go on the down. You're the body cooling. You're the life-saving, which I am going to put up to the top there. So it's an emergency hit there. But yeah. Now, hopefully, we won't have any... Hopefully we'll have a better time next round. Alright, so... Temple of the Yellow, Court of Illumination. I'm probably going to need a rest at that altar because my gourd isn't full. And I really... Actually, you know what? Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to change one of the soaks. Because one of the soaks is giving me increased like critical hit and movement speed, but that's only if I have the poison state. So what I really need to do is change that soak into a different one, something that can help me out. So here's the thing. All right, the bruise. So we're changing this. Something, okay, so this increases the shock resistance. This gives us a chance to sip without consuming gourd usage. I'm gonna go with that one because I am, like, I'm drinking this gourd at least 8 times. Like, the possibility is pretty high. Alrighty. Alright, we're gonna change from the critical hit chance to... Which one reduces... Alright, so that's the critical hit chance. That increases my armor. I'm gonna go with the armor increase, because I kind of need that. Damage reduction and damage bonus. Damage reduction. Experience. Increases will. So those are quote-unquote fine. Alright, let's give this a try.
You are seeking your drink just like those girls. A drink I'm more than pleased to give you.
Oh, I do get hit with poison. Okay. I thought I got hit with lightning. That is entirely different. Hi there, Jason. I was hoping I can get back to streaming after this week. Okay, well that will be good. That'll be good. Did you get the Mario Kart Jamboree? Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to dodge that? sip the miasma cure real quickly. And let me sip the other potions, because I can see they've decreased. And then... what's another good one? This one increases the might, which I don't need. I still have those things. Yep, let's go with the amplification. Let's go with the evil repelling. Let's go for the tiger subduing. This. Oh, nice! Oh, that's what it does. Nice, 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 nice. Nice. All right, pluck of many time. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This is it, chat. This is it. Oh, the music is swelling up as well. This is it. Oh, that makes so much more sense of having it going off like... Here we go, here we go, here we go. Yes! Oh, and we did it with like the big final slash as well.
Grandmaster, I need you.
Oh. Oh, hey, we get ourselves... Oh, no, that's not... That's just the old woman. But hey, I should have... I have to wait for the end of the week to be paid. They love their cultivation. But yeah, like, honestly, that makes sense that I should have, like, saved the brew thingy-diggy for when it does, like, the status change in the battle arena. That made so much more sense. Because it got rid of, like, all the weird, like, threads and nonsense that he had around the area and allowed me to use my might again. Like, goddamn. It made my life so much easier. Ah. Yeah.
You haven't changed.
Ooh. Hello? Oh, these are the spider ladies. Even while he's a koi fish, he still has the snout. Oh, no, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. Sorry, no, no, spiders, no thanks. Sorry, I didn't like spiders. Sorry. No thanks. Newsflash: you live in Australia. You should get used to it. No, I will not get used to it just because I live in Australia. I just absolutely do not like spiders. Sorry, no, there's no way you can convince me otherwise, alright? And it doesn't help that most Australians that know of this, they decide to just, you know, drop a fake spider on me, and like a giant one at that, just to, you know, really update the fear.
Also laid waste to the seal of the High Ones. A grave misdeed. Mortal or immortal, all seek to break from the past and start anew. Yet destiny, like a lover's tongue, speaks one way and means another. Though you may savor it yourself, you can never tell if you truly want it or not.
Alright, so we now have a new relic. We've gone up a level. Halloween is almost get ready for more spider scares. Yeah, I have to deal with that shit, don't I? A golden glowing eye, more threads, celestial ribbons. That's for like the big upgrades. And then that one we can use for crafting like, you know, the last of the cool lightning things. Envious Tongue. To embrace its potency, be prepared for its bitterness. Extends the duration of effects of all medicines. Enhances the ability to find hidden ingredients in the wild. Echoes of the past can be found where karma lingers. Identifies the Yao Guais that bear spirits. Okay, so they do small things. After consuming medicine, increases the critical hit chance of the next attack. Immobilize affects all enemies are. Ooh, I like that. I like that one. Each equipped soak slightly increases the health recovery of the drink. I like that one because I use immobilize so many times. Yeah, I've got like all these different other materials. Yeah, so...
This one must be a high immortal from the court. Amid the trials of the 7 spiders and the many-eyed one, it was Bodhisattva Pilanpor who lent a hand.
I have no idea who that is.
Aid from the court was given. But Wukong is ever heedless of rules. He might have sought higher places for help. This rooster is Pilanpor's son, the Dawn Star he was called. Through him is forged the Weaver's Needle, the one that subdued the many-eyed master. More than that, he once crowed a giant she-scorpion to death. Indeed, he is a bane to all insects. Even the sacred gourmand remains mundane if he clings to the ties of love. He was an admiral of the court, a pig in the mountains, and bargier in the journey. Yet his nature remains unchanged. So be it. A guileless fool may know less sorrow. The posts of the court have stood unchanged, but the same seat might not always be held by the same immortal. So too the 7 spider guys. They boast an endless procession of generations. Long ago, the many-legged one was subdued by Bodhisattva Pilanpur and locked on Purple Cloud Mountain. Only by a plea from the celestial court was he spared. The immortals dispatch minions to enact their will, while they remain serene, as if playing a game of chess. Pity those pawns. They know full well what they are, yet they cling to false hopes and even take pride in it.
Alright, next chapter. I've done the needful in everything from like 1 to 4. We now head to 5 with the golden child and the crimson blood. Ugh. All right. Oh, look, it's the undead. This feels very much in touch with the Dark Souls genre. With our shadow monster boar, no doubt, as well. Is this Bijou? The monkey. Oh, that's useful. Go.
Time was I guarded the Celestial River with my boys 80,000 strong, and the puny revenants dared to impede me. That grand transformation of mine was the only reason you're still standing here. A proper kneel to show gratitude would be appropriate, no?
Not necessary. Although that's not something I was expecting.
Fooled me once, never again. Deceptive tactics like this pose no threat. I'll go size them up first. Keep pace, boy.
Yeah, I can't turn into dust, thank you very much. I'm still monkey. I can do monkey things. Good dick. You're back. Hi there, Xerix. Welcome back to the stream. I was able to defeat the Thousand-Eyed Guai. And now I have to deal... So now I'm in a new chapter, and I have to deal with whatever the fuck this is. Damn you. He ruined my combo. Oh, hello. Awesome. Now comes the lovely pain of adding stuff to it. Oh, you guys... Hey, nice work on getting the avatar working. I remember you had some issues, like, earlier on with it. So Wukong is a Neo or a Sekiro-like. It is an action RPG with stamina-based combat, is what it is. It doesn't need to be a Neo-like, a Sekiro-like, a Souls-like, a Hearts-like. It can just be a genre. It can just be an action RPG with stamina-based combat. It doesn't need these fancy fucking titles. Ooh, actually, hang on a sec. There was something I could craft. Interesting. Upon a successful hit with charged heavy attack, each focus point cost slightly recovers health. If the enemy is in a poison state, it massively enhances the thing. Okay. Yep, let's go for this. Let's go for this increase. Gives us more damage. Granted, I used quite a bit of my will, but that's okay. We'll get more. Then we have armors we could make. Centipede Hap of Transcendence. Massively reduces the continuous damage received from poison state and slightly increases attack while suffering from poison state. Aha. It looks cool. And then we have the insect glaives. Scent skill. We got the non-pure. Greaves. Alright. Alright, absorb this. We'll have a little look around this area, see what kind of... Because I feel like we're going to be dealing with a lot of fucking fire. Just looking around this area, everything is on fire. And I feel like that's the... Ow! Fuck you! Get shit on. What the fuck is he doing here? Oh no, those aren't friends, those are enemies. What the fuck is this place? Alright, so it is him. Let me just do the spin win. Alright, I need to talk to this guy. Because apparently he has something for me? What the fuck? Also, look at the size of him, Engrol! Look at this guy! Look at him, Engrol! Hi there, Laram Star. Thank you for the boops and for hyper himboing me. I greatly appreciate it. Look at this guy!
Out of nowhere, the whole mountain was infested with those stinking corpses. Some coffin carts blocked all the passes up, burning everything in their path. You seem clever. How about you find a way to destroy them, eh?
Screen cap to rule 34 him. Alright, hang on, let me get out of your way. There you go. Actually, while the advertisement is going off, I'm gonna go get my shake for lunch, okay? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna grabbing my shake. Grabbing my shake for lunch. Give me a second. BRB screen. There we go. Hopefully the BRB screen will work. If not, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, magically that one works. Why the fuck does that one work? I didn't pick the Stydian for romance option. I was just guessing who was at the door. I wasn't picking my romance option. None of the Scions are my romance option. I like the rabbit girls. I love the Admiral. There are so many better choices. There is no one in the Scions that I'm romanceable with. They're all weak. They're not great. There's no, like... No! No! Tell me what he can turn into. During the Fourth War, in bear form. In bear form! Fourth Age, in bear form! You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form!
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon?
GrantZeebs, love being put in.
Oh, look, I'm in the maid outfit there. Alright, hang on. There we go. Didn't catch that. Ads. No, it's okay. Alright, so what I was doing is I was just really quickly getting my, because I'm on a shake diet, Lou. So, in order to try and get down from, like, when I first started trying to lose weight, 150 kilograms, to the more appropriate weight of, I think it was 98 or 89 kilograms that my, dietitian wants me to get down to and what have you. So I have, like, one of these Opti-Slim, Opti-Fast shakes, and I use that, like, 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner this is all I'm having. I'm gonna tell you what, the flavors they say they smell very strongly of it. Ah. Alright, stop dancing around. There we go. Alright, there we go. Ding. Duh. But yeah, I hope you're doing alright. Do you want me to, like, do another rotation for you of this guy? So then that way you have an opportunity to, like, rule 34 him? Like, look at this. Slow walk. Slowly walking around. For all you Rule 34 enjoyers out there who needs... Because apparently you need more bull representation. There isn't enough bulls out there for you to simp on in the normal global media. You apparently need more bulls. It's not enough that you have the Minotaur. Anytime someone does Greek mythology, they have to put in a Minotaur. Instead, you have to get another bull mythos. Where's Hoss? I want more Hoss, Missos. Thank you very much. Give me zebras. I demand zebras.
They're called 5-element carts. An evil and powerful invention of the king's son. I'm afraid they're not only guarding the passes. Trust me, there's more to it. Got to hold my ground at the entrance for a while. Can't imagine the chaos without me. They're called 5
Alright,
element
cool.
carts.
I've gone through all that.
An evil and powerful invention.
Yeah. I remember you were doing like a your character here thingamadiggy, Lou. I remember you were doing something like that, and I was like, I saw it like in a tweet or something, but I don't know whether, I don't remember if it was like if it was an auction or if it was something else. You were doing some like art things, weren't you, Laram? All right, another golden tree core. Thank you very much. Ooh, a mine core. That's actually going to be useful for getting more armor stuff. And then that one's just standard shit. Whoa, okay. So, not that way. We're not going that way. We gotta go the other way. You had a wonderful time at the Hroth market last night? The what? I'm sorry, excuse me, the what? What are you talking about, Xerix? The Hroth market? Is that a misspell, or are you actually talking about the Hrothgars from Final Fantasy XIV? Oh, shit. They hit hard. Alright, so I gotta deal with some parts. Okay. I think I mentioned it before. It's a community event in Final Fantasy XIV. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. I'm gonna be real with you, Xerix. This is the first time I'm hearing this. Vendors for in-game items and artists set up shop, and there's always someone who DJs at the event. Nice. That honestly sounds pretty cool. So, within Final Fantasy XIV, right? Jump. Jump. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to swap from this to this. I need to... Because I'm in a place that's going to light me the fuck on fire lots of times. They do it for each region. Oh, okay, that's nice. I was worried it was going to be like LunarCon, where it's like, oh, it only happens in like the North American servers. And it's like, well, great. So you need a character in the North American servers, really.
Out of nowhere, the whole... Some coffin. You seem clever.
Alright, so he's normally supposed to be sitting there. Sadly, Code couldn't go, which is a shame. Aw, damn. Do they not have a subscription again? I know they've kind of had to be like, you know... They've been going on and off again on the subscription, unfortunately. This guy's painful. Oh, you're painful. Fuck you, Cart. He had to work. Oh, okay. Damn shame. I hope this thing didn't have like a rubbish mechanic where it's like, oh, you need to get behind the cart. I hope that wasn't the trick. I hope that's not what they were hoping for me to do at that point. Did get to meet up with a few friends at least. Even got to G-pose done. Hey, nice! G-posing is always... It's always a fun little thing to do. I'm gonna be real with you, doing the G-pose. Hope you had a wonderful time with that. Alright, so we have evil repelling. We're definitely gonna need those, need those, need those. We can't buy any more of those. Fire dates, flame ore, fire bellflower, and some stuff. Cool. Alright, we're gonna need a lot of focus. We're gonna need a lot of will, which means we're gonna be doing quite a bit of grinding. And you're the idiot for not getting out of my way. Nope. That guy looks like a troublesome one. Are you gonna explode? Yes. Annoyingly enough, you will explode. Oh, you are painful annoying. Okay. Let's get rid of you first. Let's leave you to explode. Come on. Alright, good news. If they explode, they're damaging other people. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Painful, but nice. You got to show off a were-behemoth? Never heard of such a thing before. You made that one up. No, you fucking don't. Okay, I'm in a fire mountain equivalent, and it gave me cold iron leaves. I don't know about you, but I don't think we're gonna find cold very often on this fucking mountain. Aren't most things made up? Okay, fine, I guess. None of that matters. Inner peace. Inner peace. Inner peace. Oh, yay, we get ourselves 3 sparks. We have been progressing fairly well. You absolutely love the meditation. Yeah, it is. It gives me calm. It is a necessity in this rage-inducing game to give me moments of being like, here you go. Here is a sigh of relief. It's not a sigh of relief of like, oh, thank Christ, a bonfire kind of sigh of relief. It's a sigh of a relief of, let's appreciate where we are. Just gives you a moment to really appreciate all that's been done. Why is this figure here? Who's throwing pot shots at me? Okay, it's all from the other side, annoyingly enough. But we can go and deal with this guy over here, no doubt. So he swings around, drops down. Is he going to explode? No, he didn't. Okay, I guess he didn't explode last time, so it makes sense that he won't explode this time. Makes you appreciate them. It makes you take a minute to actually, like, look around and see the aesthetic, so it doesn't all blur into, like, one thing of, like, oh, I'm just in fantasy China, where, like, you know, you have no sense of environment. It makes the chapters actually feel like chapters instead of, you know, zones. Turtle. Mount Ling Tai seedlings. Alright, strange thing. Fuck you. Now I need to charge up my thingy-majiggy all over again. And once again, I forget. Fire explodes! Wish more games do that. Different games have different ways of making... Like, because the point of the meditation zone is to get you from, like, thinking too fast. So, like, adrenaline pumping and what have you, where, like, believe it or not, adrenaline is not something you want your body to, like, pump into you without control, because it makes you either freeze up or make mistakes is basically what it has you do. And the best way, like, you know, most soldiers, for instance, they do what they can to, like, avoid that being the case. So, but that takes discipline and such like that. So how do you do that in video games? How do you make it so that, you know, Tim and Bob don't, you know, get too angry because, you know, it's just a game, bro. You purposely have them go through, like, slow moments, so then that way they, like swapping from a highway to a side street, you gotta do the... Ah, fuck you. Avoid what being pumped into your body? Adrenaline. You wanna... They wanna, like, you know, prevent it. Because here's the thing, is adrenaline will either have you thinking... It'll either have you making mistakes by doing too many things, or you're gonna freeze up because you don't know, like, how to handle it and what have you. It's a... Like, I think that's one of the things. It's adrenaline or cortisol. It's like... stuff happens with your body when you're stressed and you're trying to play games and what have you. And what they want, my body is made 90% of adrenaline. I do not believe you on that one, I'm sorry to say, Xerix. That sounds unfucking believable. I'm sorry. Unrealistic. Alright, let's have a look at that seedling they told us about. The reason I'm using a keyboard and mouse at this point is because we're getting kind of far into the stream, and I'm gonna be real with you. Here it is. Using the gourd moderately extends the duration of duplicates for the next pluck of many for short duration. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm on keyboard and mouse right now because I just had to Alt-Tab because I have to say this. I think I'm gonna have to end stream here. I know normally, like, if it's a really exciting thing, you could see me going on for like hours upon hours upon hours, but I don't want to do that. 3 to 4 hours, I feel like, is a good amount of time to do for a stream and what have you. And what's more is, some of you guys got things you gotta do. It's the morning it's getting into the afternoon for me. I gotta, like, clean up my living room. It's filled with all this, like, oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you some of the good news. All right, here's some good news. During my process of losing weight, I also decided to, like, clean out, like, my office cupboard, because it was filled with all these, like, boxes from moving that were just called fabric and spare clothes. I have since changed my bed from a king single to a queen, and I've gained so much weight that whatever clothes I found in there, I'm unlikely to be able to wear. Lo and behold, that was the case. There was king single sheets, and then there was a lot of jeans that would fit me only if my waist was like a 38 or a 36, which it's not that at that point. But one of the things that I did find was a down jacket, something for the winter. It was a 2XL. It has a little bit of stretch, so then that way, like, even if you have a massive stomach, it does, like, you know, go over it and you can zip it up, and it fits me. I no longer have to worry about spending like $200-300 on a feather down jacket. I now have a feather down jacket. I just need to worry about all the other things I'm going to need to wear during winter, which is going to be things such as, you know, shirts that will fit me once more, a jacket for, like, you know, smart casual, but I think I have one of those already, and just, you know, winter gear for the head and what have you. So yeah, on that good news, actually, I will end the stream there. Let's have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let's have a look. All right, it recommends to me a lot of different people playing Black. Why does it recommend to me, like, I want people that are, like, within the realm of, like, oh yeah, slight, you know, adjacent and what have you. Bobbert is streaming! Oh my gosh. Okay, so, Bobbert Ott is a furry artist. They do amazing, like, you know, strong and what have you. I highly recommend, if you ever have the funds and they open up for commissions, going for a commission with them. They love doing big beefy dudes and what have you. It looks like they're playing some sort of JRPG. Alright, so we're gonna go right into them then. And we are gonna go with a classic... We're gonna go with our classic Himbo raid message. That's our Himbo raid message. If you don't have the emotes, you're welcome to use which other kinds of emotes you want. Otherwise, you can just say Himbo raid in all caps. And yeah, I will be back online Wednesday. We have more Spyro to go through on Wednesday. Friday night is going to be Astro Bot, and Saturday morning is going to be Mario Kart, where you're invited. Yes, you viewers, you are invited to join in on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Nintendo Switch. I have invited some people, and it's an open invitation to join in on the matches and what have you. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all I thank you again, Mijo and Gaki, for the raids earlier. They're really helpful. I very much appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.